Hello! Hello, Sun. Hello, Nutmeg and Bees. Welcome in, you guys. How are you guys doing this evening? Hello, hello. Let's see. We had... Ooh, Twisted Silver and the Steel Penguin gave us a follow off stream yesterday. Thank you, guys. Welcome into the Puppy Kingdom, if you're here. Let's see. Today... we are going to be doing some more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. But first, as you guys know, we have to go through our daily Duolingo. So hopefully this won't take too long. I'm just gonna switch over here. We finished expressing feelings. So now we are learning how to describe people. Doing good, just doing some schoolwork. Oh, awesome. What kind of schoolwork do you have? Do you have to like memorize scripts or things like that? I don't know much when it comes to theater. I know there's like a whole bunch of disciplines when it comes to theater. There's like set design, lighting, costume. But what are you an actor? What do you focus on? Hello, Sun. I hope you are having a good evening. Let's do this. Describing people! Select the matching pairs.
C'est
Say. I don't know what that is.
mexicain.
Mexicain.
Avril,
Avril.
Elle,
Elle.
vieille, vieille,
Yay.
vieille,
I think that's old.
c'est
Say. Oh, these. Say, like C-E-S-T. Okay, say. Classes are acting, but I like to focus on stage management. The first thing we gotta do is pick some scenes, then work on them. And what is involved in like working on them? What are you focused most on when you like pick a scene? Sorry, I have a lot of questions because this is all very interesting and new to me. Feel free to not answer if you don't want to, because I know you are doing schoolwork as well.
Nous sommes très vieux.
Nous sommes très vieux. We are very old.
Je suis plus petite que toi.
Je suis plus petit que... What?
Je suis plus petite que toi.
Que toi?
Que. Le.
It's definitely
Que.
that one. Que.
Paul est plus vieux que Marie.
Paul
Paul
est plus
Plus
vieux
vieux
que
que
Marie.
Marie.
Paul is older than Marie.
Je suis plus grand que toi.
Je suis plus grand que toi. I am taller than you. Nice.
Mes amis sont plus vieux que moi.
Vieux.
Vieux.
Vieux. Before I even get to like memorizing or characterizing, I have to do research and character analysis. Oh, so you're studying like the source material to understand like the wider themes and how the character fits into that. Hello, Apple. Welcome in. How are you? Te quiero. Does that mean I love you? Je t'aime. Your brother is tall. Ton frère
Frère
est
est
grand.
grand.
I never took Spanish, Apple, so I only know like ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Me llamo T-Bone, la araña discoteca, discoteca, maneca. That's about all I know. Roll the R more, then it'll sound better. Te quiero. Te quiero. Like that. I'm very good at Spanish.
Je ne suis pas petite.
Je ne suis pas petite. Better. Ooh, nice.
il est plus vieux que toi.
Il est plus vieux que toi.
toi.
He is older than you. Yes. My parents are very old. Mes
Mes
parents
parents
sont plus très
Très
vieux.
vieux.
Oh yes, that's correct. Mes parents sont très vieux. 10 in a
Elles
row.
sont plus vieilles que nous.
Elles sont plus vieilles que nous. They are older than us. Paul is older than Marie. Paul
Paul.
est...
Que.
Nope. Paul est...
Est.
Plus
Plus.
vieux,
Vieux.
que
Que. Marie.
Marie. Il est beaucoup plus... Il est beaucoup plus vieux,
Vieux.
que sa femme. Elle n'est pas très vieille.
Vieille.
Okay, cool. Princess, mi amor. Does that mean my love? I don't know how to say that in French. Oh no. Mon amour? I think that's mon amour. Because amour is love. Mon is my. Maybe. Mi amor, mon amour? Because friend, my friend is mon ami. Which I somehow remember from French class. Ma
Ma
fille
fille
est
est
très
très
petite. Nice. Tu es plus something, Pauline. Elle est plus petite que toi. Tu es plus grande que Pauline. Elle est plus petite que toi. The research can be like history if it's a historical piece, can be words we don't understand. Character analysis requires a bit of imagining, like thinking about what happens before a show or a scene and characters' goals, objectives, etc. Sorry it's so big. No, do not apologize. I asked and you delivered. That's all very interesting. And then, so once you have that, so is that your like homework? Is that what you're like basically writing down? Is picking a scene and then studying the history, studying the like motivations, goals, and objectives for a character, and like what, like going into a scene, what it is during a scene, and then like after a scene? He is taller than you. I have to write this? Il est plus grand que toi. Il est plus grand que toi. Okay. They are older than us. Il est plus vieux. Oh. How do I conjugate vieux? Vieux. Conjugation. Hello, Goon! I'm stuck. Oh. Vieille. Il. Oh, because vieille with the vieille. What the fuck? Vieille. Vieille. Que? New. How are you doing, Goon? Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday! How's my favorite robo? Oh my god, you guys, I should show you my progress. I don't have the iPad close. I should show you my progress later. I did a lot of progress on the art thing that I did yesterday. I'm almost done with the line art, and then we'll have to suffer through coloring. Oh, what? Sont. Elles sont plus vieilles que nous. But I got the rest right, just the first two. Okay.
Les hommes, ils.
Il and elle both mean they, but il is masculine, elle is feminine. Les hommes, ils sont américains. Les femmes,
Les femmes, elles sont américaines.
elles sont américaines. That's mean. You got it wrong because of verbs. I know, right? Stupid verbs. I hate verbs. Verbs are dumb. Elles sont plus vieilles que nous. What? Oh. I still got it wrong. I typed it right the first time. I typed il with an S, but I did e instead of so. Stupid owl. Elles sont plus vieilles que nous. Canoe! Canoe, you're right. Apple, canoe. It's part of our written work, but after that, we rehearse the scenes with our partners. There's a big focus on connecting with your scene partner and the memorization, which is where all the vocal and physical warm-ups come into play, as well as all the theater games. Oh, that sounds so fun. I don't have good memory. Like, if you gave me a script, I don't think I'd be able to memorize it. Honestly, verb conjugation was the worst part of French class in school. True. Hate verb conjugation. Stupid. Even Japanese verb conjugation, it's like slightly easier because it's like math. You chop off the end and then you add the conjugation that you want. Like, for example, if you take the verb to eat, which is taberu. Hold on, maybe I should do it. Is there like a notepad in here? Can I do... Is there like a notepad? No. Nope. Alright. Can I... Oh, you know what? We'll do Google Translate. Can you guys see this? Google Translate, do this. Okay. So for taberu, you just cut the ru off, right? And then it becomes tabeta. Don't like that it's... Just do English. Tabeta. Mashita. Tabe. He. So like all of like... Oh, you guys can't see. Shit. Nope. Well, don't fucking... Why are you... Stop it. That's not what I want. Nope. Documents. Nope, that's not what I want either. Okay, anyways, you get it. You cut the ru off, you add the other endings like ta, mashita, te, nakya, ikemasen, right? Like, it's just, you just slice off the end, which is like a lot easier, but then you have to like memorize all the fucking like endings, and then it's like, okay, how do you tell someone to eat? You have to be like, you have to go through your list and you're like, oh, it's te. So you cut the end off the verb, and anything like is just, you know, like tabete, or like the other ones where verb like iku is like to go. And so if you tell someone, hey, you have to go there, it's not ite, it's ike, because you just take the e and then you put the k there, and then it's ike. It's just really confusing, and there's a lot of verbs. Why are there so many forms of verbs? I don't understand. Why do people have to make it so confusing to speak another language? I mean, yes, but also... No! I just said canoe because that's what it sounded like. It's true, it did sound like canoe. Memorizing is a lot of practice. It's true. Guys, I finished memorizing my Moon River song on Kalimba. So now I just have to... Oh, before I forget, I'm gonna add that thing to my throne. Like, there's this little dongle that I really want to get so that I can record Kalimba covers with my iPhone. Because I don't really have a fancy camera, but if I can like get this adapter, I can hook in the microphone to my phone and record it. And it's like this camera to like, what is it called? Apple Lightning to USB 3 camera adapter. So I'm just gonna add that, and then if I get it, I can make Kalimba covers, which would be fun. Especially because I've been playing a lot of Kalimba recently, and I just really enjoy it. Time to solve the great mystery of when Raska is going to use the murder book on us, and how we'll die. I'm not going to murder anybody, I promise. I am not. Ever is my greatest treasure, and also I still want to turn her little bird body into chicken nuggets and eat her. Yep. I remember I had to learn like 6 or 7 verbs in French, and they each had their own rules for conjugation. But I remember one having so many exceptions to the rules. It's like, why is there even a rule in the first place? So very true. That's hilarious. Okay. Alright, it's been added. I don't have to worry about it anymore. I told myself I would add it and then forgot to add it, and so that's just what's happening right now. Okay, I'm gonna turn my music off and turn the Ace Attorney music on. Cause, you know, there we go. Take out my controller here. I didn't even say anything. I heard Chimkin Nuggets and arrived. Hello, Chick Inu. Yes, Chimkin Nuggets. To summon you. Okay, let's go. Yes, let's go. Oh, yes. Before I forget, Great Ace Attorney. Alright, we have updated the game. We're good to go. Yes. Also, I have chips next to me, so I apologize for any crunching noise. Oh, okay. Scared me. Crap, it works. We always want nuggies. I recently had both McD's nuggies and Wendy's nuggies. Both of them are still bad. Which one was better? Oh, let me move this. Oh, thank you for the toy bone. I apologize for any crunching while I eat chips for dinner. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Nope.
Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no less.
No, I keep clicking the wrong button because of Spiritfarer.
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. How does one fudge up making chicken nuggets? You overcook it or don't cook it enough? Super dry, yes. Disgusting! I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Why is my Teams notifications going crazy? It's fine. I can deal with it tomorrow.
You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency!
I am most grateful. Can't English tonight. We'll see. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry. There's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. That's why they have all the dipping sauce options. They were made for dipping, because on their own, nuggets are tasteless white filth. I like the nuggets, and also I like all the sauces. Is there something wrong with me? It's true, I'd rather eat chicken karage or like any other fried chicken option. Oh, karage is really good though. I love karage. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curer and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curer? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
Fucking shut up, you sexist pig. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. Just look up chicken karage, looks delicious. It is so good, Chikinu, and it's not too difficult to make either. If you have time, you should definitely like make it if you're able. It goes great with like a squeeze of lemon, and if you happen to have like matcha salt on the side, so good. Or like if you have the Japanese like pepper, chili pepper seasoning like shichimi, or you know, togarashi is also really tasty. My, oh my, I gotta go. I have to decide on some scenes for class and I have to read a lot. There's a lot of places to look through. I will see you all later. Bye, Nutmeg and Bees. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you have a good night with your schoolwork and good luck. The prosecution demands the assistant be removed from the room on the basis of cooties. She's a girl. She has cooties, Your Honor. Diligently writes all this down. Oh, also, if you are looking up a recipe, be aware that it does need at least 30 minutes to marinate, so account for that when you're making your food. It's funny how they take the designs from characters from the original game and just made them ancient. It is true. But Maya already looked kind of ancient because of her, like, kimono that she was wearing all the time. Goodbye then, and good luck. Paps for you. Thanks. You've had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I appreciate the paps. I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Oh, I should look at that thing. Examine. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Cool. Okay. So. It's wig lawyer dude, but ancient!
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? This one.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? They made the judge younger. They did make the judge younger. He doesn't look like an old man anymore. The look of a true Japanese warrior. The judge really continuing the case because Ryunosuke passed a vibe check. A vibe check! A toxin known as Curer, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What's complete and utter nonsense? Curer, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done. What do you
mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curer before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Curer. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curer has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curer suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
Hello, Action Production. Welcome in. This plot point is a Sherlock Holmes reference, I'm pretty sure. Like a poison that's unknown to the police? Or a poison that's unknown to the police and known to like a very specific subset of indigenous peoples? We're still in this part. How long is that? We just started. I think we started like maybe 10 minutes ago. So yeah, we just started. Yep. Oh, okay. I see. I haven't read like much Holmes, so I'm not aware of the specifics when it comes to these like related plot points. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? There's a plot point in the Sign of the Four. Maybe there's a lot of references. There's a lot of references that I do miss. There is a man in this game named Herlock Sholmes. Yeah, the first case in this game is really long, Action Production. I'm glad that you are well. Very, very glad. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curer was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison caused immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Curer poison. That's horrifying? Yeah, absolutely. Having to slowly suffocate to death, all the while, like, not really... Like, no one around you can tell. Which is, like, frightening. So frightening. Anyways, okay, sorry, I'm gonna drink some tea. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense!
Ahem. If I may.
All these facts! You think you're so clever!
It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady.
Most lethal poisons are pretty bad. I think dying is pretty bad, you know? Ouchie is such a loser. He really is. Like, such a pick-me loser. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules!
What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? It's 'cause she didn't lace the bottle. She laced the cup. I want to talk in cursive so bad. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. They gonna chug it. Chug, chug, chug. It's 'cause she took the cup, you idiot. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no Curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Ugh. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. You are forgetting that she took the cup! Your crunching during the silence is hilarious. Munch, munch. Oh, I'm just in the peanut gallery, you know? What just happened? She said the bottle was clean and she proved it by drinking the water herself. I should like to be excused now. Please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Princess and jury duty with a chip bag, absolutely. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious if there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now? Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of— What? For which you'll be penalized? What do you mean? There is no point. How? There's poison in that cup. What do you mean there's— what? Oh. Did she prick him with something? Blow dart. So does ingesting the poison not matter? Was he pricked somewhere? That's not it. I don't understand. There can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. But maybe there is poison? So it's not the bottle. Or it's not the cup, it's the bottle? The culprit did put Curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it.
That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
how exactly.
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Yes, it's the fucking cup! Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water? Oh, it has to be the paper.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Oh fuck, was it special characteristics? I don't remember. Synopsis, special character, route, the route of entry. Yes. We've been hearing a lot about this Curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. You can't read that as evidence. I can't read it. That won't stop me. That sign won't stop me because I can't read. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey, to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curer enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett. Sorry, I'm adjusting my seat. You authored this research. You knew Curer's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. I hope she doesn't have any ulcers.
You meddling little
Oh my god, it's a real bird!
rapscallion!
Such a huge ego boost when I solve a case during a mystery game before the finale or at the beginning of the case or something. Very true, but also I find that it doesn't hold up for movies, because when I figure it out early on, then the movie gets boring and predictable. You guys, I never figure it out until the very end, and I'm like always surprised by movies and video games and TV shows, you know? I remember one time I was watching Wreck-It Ralph with an ex-boyfriend at the theaters, and he turns to me and he's like, oh, I know who the bad guy is. And I turned to him and I'm like, what? How do you know already? It was like maybe 30 minutes in, maybe 15, 20 minutes in. And I was like, what? How do you know already? And then at the very end, I still got surprised. I knew it! The goose did do it! Handcuff its neck. Because you don't want to watch it to the end anymore. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection! Oh, this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I failed to see how it possibly...
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curer is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right!
Good gracious!
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Don't you bring facts here! This is a court of law! Already know how it ends. Why sit through it all? What a crafty little bitch. Always has a way to get out of this. So true. Maybe he bit his tongue, bloody lip? Maybe something. Don't know. We'll see. Yes, hello, Hermes? Hello, baby boy? What do you think? How do you think he got poisoned, huh, Hermes? You're just a dog. You don't know. Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Curar poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Hello, Sputnik. Nice cursor you got there. Oh, let me move it away. Hermes is all-knowing, omnipresent, and omnipotent. Hermes is unstoppable. Pray to Hermes. Pray to Hermes, everyone. Smile.
Objection!
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
Oh my gosh, you looked that mask. You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim, oh, the dentist, swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. It all comes back full circle. The dentist's appointment. Wait, was it a dentist's appointment? I forgot. Oh, it's okay. He's gonna ask us to present evidence and we can look it over again. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we know now, that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Ha! My ulcer thing was kind of on the mark. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by this Curar? It's this. What did he have done? Extraction. Yes. He was already... he had a cut in his mouth. Okay, we're done. Not ripped lip. Nate was close. Gotcha. No food or drink. Yes, we already know that as well. Present.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. I can only imagine if Princess was actually the attorney in the game. It's because of this, right? I'm right, aren't I? Wait, hold up. Let me look it over first. It's true. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm right. I already screamed that I'm right, but just to make sure. In Neat's defense, I did not see the first half of the chapter. Neat is really good and on track, even though he did not see what happened before. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curar are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So, that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile.
Those lawyers are not very good. Kazuma's just kind of watching you, to be honest. You know what? He can watch me all he wants. He just can't get us off, you know? What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, that's it. After you solve and explain the whole case.
You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No! The whole court, yeah, Nina's right. The whole court is watching. What the fuck? Like, can't they, like, test the water still? I just destroyed evidence in front of the judge. Yeah, like, what? I don't understand. Is this just like Glass Onion where they're like, huh, did anyone see the piece of paper burning? What? Like, hello? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not.
You!
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady?
That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it?
Just had Vietnam chicken, now eating some Pocky strawberry flavor. Ooh, sounds tasty. Also, question, does this mean like full on Ryunosuke picked up a hot weapon and discharged it? Like, what if he wasn't poisoned? That man would still be dead. Like, hello? Or was there a different second gunshot? I'm confused. I don't understand. Hold on, we'll just keep going.
The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
Just take that katana and slash her up. They're playing tricky to figure. Princess still stopping to question everything instead of playing the game to have them answer. Hello, Bishop. How are you? Welcome in. Good evening. Like an oath of truth doesn't exist for a reason. No, you killed the victim that day using Curer. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to on the floor. before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Okay, I forgot there was a hidden gun in this plot. How goes the AA? AA is pretty crazy, pretty wacky, pretty wild. We are trying to figure it out. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims.
I clicked too fast.
The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? I hate her more than Dolores Umbridge. Ouchie is useless. He really is. What a fucking pick-me, I swear to God. The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now, you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. No help from Kazuma. Hello, Tropical. Welcome in. Hello, hello. In my head? Kazuma's a Seki attorney. He's not our attorney. He's just helping. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. How are you, Tropical? Welcome. Believe in the heart of the cards. It's a pretty shitty justice system. It is. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw. Everything you felt. Every color. Every smell. What I saw. What I felt. Every color. That's cheating because it was a black and white photo. That's fucking cheating. Smell the colors. Just woke up. What was meant to be asleep? Oh. I'm sorry, Tropical. I hope you're able to go back to sleep. That sucks. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's no way. Fatal hemorrhage, no exit wound. Oh, okay, it wasn't part of the photo. There's nothing there. No. Medical report. Photograph with the thing burned. What's this? Blood? Lost, hello! Blood, so cheating. Cup, purse, dead dude photo? Hello, Lost, how are you? Welcome in. Because I haven't had dinner yet. Is he gonna eat that steak? Do you want to really eat a dead man's steak, Lost? I don't. Even I would. I love steak, and I don't know if I'd go for that. I need to be up early to vacuum my room for when it gets painted. Oh, Tropical, I'm sorry. I hope you're able to get back to bed. And, you know, get your room ready for painting. He dropped blood on that steak. You just run the risk of consuming the poison he drank. Oh yes, and if you have a cut in your mouth, or, you know, an ulcer, you might die. Because the only way the poison can kill you is if you have an entry wound into your body. Not by consuming it, but if it gets into your bloodstream. Apparently, okay? Apparently. Allegedly. He doesn't need it anymore. Being dead's not contagious, I don't think. Don't want it to go to waste, though. It's like Russian roulette, but with poison. Okay, what the fuck? Army sergeant? Oh yeah, these two fools. What the fuck were they on about? I don't understand. We don't have anything. Do I say there's a clue or do I say there's nothing? There's nothing. I looked at everything. There's nothing. That sounds like a bad predicament. The poison adds a little spice. Show your badge always works. I am a student at Yume University. Look at my collar pin. I've been over it 1,000 times in my head. There can't be anything more. At least that's what I've been telling myself. Let's not forget that a lot has changed since the start of this trial. I already said there's nothing. I admitted defeat. Hold on one second. So let's see what happens if I admit defeat. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw. Oh, he does it himself. I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then. Let's wipe that smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Oh, it was an illusion of choice moment. All right, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. It's the fucking blood. Are you kidding me? Why? Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna change.
Take that!
Of course, because we have black and white photo, it doesn't include the blood, right? Right? Of course, of course. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute, where are you going with this?
Key argument to end a trial. Oh yeah, I just remembered this very incriminating argument.
Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Ah!
Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett?
I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. And don't give it to her because she's just gonna drop it and there's not gonna be evidence again. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there any blood on it?
Yeah, of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man! Show the court! Kai, the Firebird, I'm a little concerned to have the female protagonist show up eventually, considering her future relative Maya smacked Phoenix's head with a metal pipe and looked confused like she didn't know what she did. Hello, Kai the Firebird. Welcome in. I have no idea like any of the characters or anything in this game. I've played the older games like maybe 10 years ago or so. But yeah, I don't really remember much. So I don't remember that happened either, apparently. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good evening. He concealed evidence just to take it out at the last minute to get fame. Or maybe he didn't think it was important, Sputnik. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. There's blood. No blood. There's no blood. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know, I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Evidence Law 1. No evidence may be presented without approval of the police force. Evidence 2. Evidence must be relevant to the case. They clean the evidence. Oh my goodness. Terrible if they clean it. I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. Oops, read it wrong. Hold on, I'm trying to read chat. Maya smacked Phoenix with a pipe in a crossover game with Professor Layton. Oh, I don't think I ever played the Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover. I'm really bad at puzzles, so that's why I don't do that. Yeah. They just turned it around. The courts in the AA games are a weird cross between the American and Japanese court systems. Get the fuck out of here, racist bitch, but not actually, since we need to convict you of murder. Every few minutes, I gotta remind myself that this is still a Cluckin' tutorial. It is still the tutorial, you guys. We are still going through how to play this game. Amazing. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This, let's pretend, attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Okay, there has to be something. Was the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? The crossover game was actually my first AA and Professor Layton game because I wanted to try both and then invest in the one I liked more. But joke's on me because I liked both and went back to play all of the both game series. I wouldn't say it's a tutorial exactly. The game is still introducing mechanics as late as case 3. It's just how the game is. Yeah, we can just ask for one more question all the time. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There has to be another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Can I at least examine it? Like, has it been submitted as evidence? Oh, it has. Nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing. Unless she picked up her plate and chewed. Oh. This is not her plate. Did it get swapped? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means they did switch the plates. Maybe the inspector got it wrong. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Yeah, what's her beef? She's guilty and she wants to lay the blame on us. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? It's right here.
Got it!
No, counsel, I'm afraid— What? That won't do it? That was ambiguous at best? When you're asked to identify a detail like this, you must do so— What? Okay, do we have to lift it up? Is that what's happening? Hold on. Like, you just lift up the steak, you idiots! Turn the steak over and over until okay. I fucking know that there's a coin under the steak. Okay, hold on. Open that first. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yes, I do. I already know this. Skip over it. We will not bow. Fine. Beefsteak are so delicious. Oh my god, do we have to go over this dialogue like 10 million times? Okay, haha, very funny. Bouillon in bouillon. Very funny. Okay. Now. This took for fucking ever.
Got it!
There we go. Good gracious, that's... Oh man! Furious button mashing.
What on earth?
Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question. Is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat.
A token of proof.
That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoei Koban that just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that this is you who is irrelevant.
Whoopsie daisy, silly me. Haha, my hand slipped and a coin slipped in. Truly provided a golden opportunity. I drop Koban coins all the time. She can't make heads of this coin, Bishop. Yes. This is not good. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is this man.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kiryu Korekuta-san.
Cutie. As in, Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Wow, that is so racist. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct?
Yes,
Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei era koban, my prize coin! Then, this Hoei era koban, do you mean to tell me?
Attention!
Now, please, why would Korekuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find out that it's a key element in the case. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Aido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever— Yes, that's it! The very exact one, that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day.
It can't be.
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
The sergeant hid it in his stake because he wanted to steal it. Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Are they all suspects? No, it's just they all did suspicious things. Somebody concealed my away treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! They are all the imposter. It was definitely the sergeant. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes. That's right. The undercover operation.
Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners affected. Sussy little bacas.
You backa.
Thank you for the hydrate, Chikinu. That was some good hydration. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So, unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korikuta's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korikuta-san's Koban and hid it under his steak? It could be none other than, of course, Iesa Nosa.
Take that!
Of course. Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesa Nosa. What? How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Aido! Aido is the mastermind behind all this. You blame it on your child, really, sir? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Dude, what the heck?
Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop.
Debone Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. What in the world? I don't know, sir. What a stupid name. Oh my god. Oh, the baby's name is I don't know. Who did this? I just want to talk. Who wrote this? We need to have a conversation. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Didn't I make a comment that it looked like the steak just had bites taken out of it? This is pretty great. Oh my gosh. Chick Inu also just realized that the baby's name is I don't know, sir. Amazing. And your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is pretty great, it really is. Everyone is just, like, speechless. This is ridiculous.
Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson. They switched the plates, you idiots! Everybody, you have to realize that is not Brett's plate.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Thank you for the fetch, Nutmeg and Bees. I appreciate the toy bone, always. How is your schoolwork going? Well...
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. No, she is not free to leave. This court is going to make me go feral. This judge, this court, same.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone.
You cannot leave!
And good day.
Thank you for the FF laugh. I appreciate you, Sputnik. What the heck? I know, right? Do you not realize that if the plates were switched, that means her plate was marked as the sergeant's plate? Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. It's going good. I'm on a dinner break, but I still gotta read a chapter and finish reading my scripts, which I'll do tomorrow. They're all upside down or sideways. I gotta change them. Anyway, what's happened? So we've determined that the water is indeed poisoned, but we have to prove that the killer was sitting across from the man who was murdered, and we're getting to that now. You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. Oh. I get it. She would never pick up her steak and bite it. So of course the plate that we just presented is not her plate. Her steak would have straight cuts on it. Just like being in the movie Inside Out, but you are logic to a very dumb lawyer. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? What am I supposed to... It's this, right? Because this is clearly a steak that's been
Take that!
bitten into. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Wait, we're not murderers? A certain notebook says otherwise. We're not! Hello, Chrono, welcome in. How are you this evening? Hello, hello. Ah! Oh. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. I've been lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Chrono. I appreciate you. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. Hello, Time! Cowabunga, Princess! Hello, Cowabunga to you as well, Time. How are you this evening? 5 hours of meetings drained me? Oof, that sucks. I was set to do testing today in a new database for the Canada Go Live, and nothing worked. And so I was like, we can't do pre-production testing. You haven't implemented what you were supposed to. So it was a whole bunch of me all day saying, this is an error, this is an error, this is an error, all of this, error, error, error.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course, dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications that these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Oregano is better. Thyme is always awesome. I love thyme with chicken and butter, but I do have to admit I much more prefer rosemary as an herb. You know how people are always on about sage and like sage butter ravioli and stuff? Sage I can do without, but thyme and rosemary are like two of my favorite. Oh, and basil are like my favorite aromatics when I'm cooking. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. Tiny, hello, thank you for the toy bone. Welcome in. No one said parsley? I don't like parsley, and I found this out because I was making garlic fries with my brother, and we had purchased flat leaf parsley to toss with the garlic fries at the very end, and I hated it. Like, I bit into a fry with like a large piece of parsley on it. I hated it. It was so bad. It's so bitter for me. Are you one of the defective population? Oh no, I love cilantro. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. My taste buds despise both cilantro and parsley. I can eat cilantro, I love cilantro, but parsley, I think it's just bitter. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been? What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
Being an Asian that can't eat cilantro sucks. Cilantro's pretty good. I love parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, mostly because of music. Rosemary and thyme, delicious. Cilantro, delicious. I could go without parsley and sage. To me, sage has like a really weird, weird sweetly savory scent, and I don't like it that much.
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward. There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Attention.
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Of course, it is the inspector. The answer is obvious. The Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Kuriku's son's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet! I'm a superior officer! Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course! I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Attention!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have the opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. But I murdered that doctor.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over.
Got back, you got them. Yes, I got them. Not yet. Not quite. Almost.
You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So, when the cadet here, princess, yes, hello? A slab of meat, yes? Arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Careful now, time says night-night. Good night time! I hope you're having a wonderful evening, and I hope you go off to bed with some sweet dreams. Thank you for tucking time in, Chrono. Good night, sleep tight, don't let the bedbugs bite time! With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir!
All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Ah,
That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. That poor old man shaking there. Just let him go already. How much water do you think Ouchie needs to drink a day to rehydrate? Oh, too much. Too much.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something that the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate, that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. There was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. Soundtrack? Good. It is quite epic. I agree. Why did she kill the doctor exactly? We don't know what the motive is. Yeah, the soundtrack is way too epic for court. It's a secret. We don't know yet. We'll probably find out soon, right? And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. There it is, the blood spatter and a straight cut edge of steak. Please feel free to examine it. Who needs a motive? The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Who needs a motive? It's clearly visible, so why didn't anyone bring it up? So true, so true.
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Excuse me? What's happening? Why is she making that weird noise?
Outdone by a Japanese me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no!
Naruhodo. It's the hoodie girl. How ya doing? Hello, Okachi Sakuna. I'm doing good. How are you? How is your evening? What have you been up to? Please share with us. Is her name a pun of anything? Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. I don't know. Giselle Brett. I'm not sure. Oh god, that bird is going crazy. Yeah! What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Did she just fly off the screen? I'm sorry. What? Everybody saw that, right? You gotta love Ace Attorney style guilty meltdown. Oh my goodness. About to head to bed, just drop into a shit. Can someone please tuck in Okachi? Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman, forgive me. Someone please tuck them in. I'm gonna go through chat. Playing Hades for like 6 hours. Ooh, gotcha. Birds are falling out. Beat it a few times. What in the... I actually looked it up, assuming we passed the first case. I love how there were little birds hanging out on the benches for the trial. Good night, sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite. Bye, Okachi Sakuna, thank you for coming in tonight. Thank you, you two, for tucking them in. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
We did a double tuck. Big burrito. Thank you for Sad Violin. A friend of yours? They are my professional associates.
It was I who took the professor's life, using Curer. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Curer is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curare in my handbag and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Who fucking called it, okay? Victorian skirts are notoriously large, and you could fit so many things underneath it. So she was out to get us right from the start for messing up with her plan. Yep, she was. Dangerous, dangerous, very dangerous.
Under your skirt.
So I was right. There were 2 guns.
Yes,
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it.
and everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang.
That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead.
Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. Apparently, her name is a reference to Watson getting shot in a study in Scarlet. There I was, struck on the shoulder by a Giselle bullet. Giselle Brett. Okay. What is Giselle? Is that like a brand of a bullet or something?
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant has shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Dude, you straight up murdered someone, lady. That is not a misdemeanor. A type of musket. Gotcha, okay.
Your Excellency,
Yes.
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
Absolutely not. We almost got framed for murder because of you. I will never forgive you. Ever, ever. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. Also, she's racist. She's super racist. She's so racist. Oh my goodness.
This can't be. Taketsuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. He used his katana! Cut the man's hair. Be strong, Judge. Stay true. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Is this a curse? Is this a curse for all, like, for the 100 years? Dude, there's now his katana reach. There's no way his katana reached across that space, so he just cut his hair with air pressure alone. Oh, snap. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Lost one case, got the supreme dishonor. Yeah, because of their ancestors. Kazuma OP. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes! In you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. You clipped that? For a guy who's never studied law, Ryunosuke did a pretty good job. He did indeed. Thank you for clipping that, Chrono. I will watch this scene again, focusing on everything around the text this time instead of the text, because I don't have to read it anymore. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Dun da da da! Not guilty. We did it. We win. End of case number 1. This court is now adjourned. I can't believe it. Oh, thank you for the head pat, Chiquinu. I can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Thank you for the congratulations. I appreciate you. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Who's talking? Oh, the lady. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, besides. It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. That trial was a cluckin' whirlwind, man, but now I must sleep. I've been a little sick and achy all day, but I wanted to at least see the end of this chaotic trial. Oh, Chick Inu, thank you so much for hanging out and toughing it out. Please get some rest. Drink lots of water, eat lots of soup. Sweet dreams, Chick Inu. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Bye. Stay safe and sweet dreams. You too. Take medicine and cough drops if you need it. Night, chickens. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. As a Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Didn't ever say that? A man's katana is his soul? Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to that woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. The katana is his soul! Yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future, for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga! It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Are they? Or are they just going to protect her when she leaves Japanese soil? But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Quit playing with my heart, Mikotoba-san. Hello, Janya boy. I know, right? We need justice. I hate that you don't get to know what happens to her until the sequel game. What? We don't get to know what happens until the sequel? That's not fair. Screwed by bureaucracy once again. That's not fair at all. You're telling me I have to finish this game and play the sequel to find out what happens to Giselle Brett? That makes me mad. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To Le Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, Le Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
The sequel is included in this game you're playing now, though. It's a 2-pack. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Good. I'm pretty sure I'll get to it then. In case you didn't know. I did not know. I thought I'd have to purchase another game. Wait, it's a 2? This is 2 games in one? Oh, hold on. Oh, yes, thank you. How is this 2 games? It just looks like one game. Great Ace Attorney 1+2. Oh, is that why it's called Chronicles? So the series is called The Great Ace Attorney and Chronicle. Yeah, I I just bought whatever Inside Out told me to buy. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm dumb. I don't know these things. That's right. Okay, that makes sense. I thought it was just one game. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. We know the secret. Princess will buy anything we ask her without checking. Of course, I'll check if it looks either sus or scary, so you know. It can't be either of those things. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? Listen, Ryunosuke. Is there a constant gust of wind in the room? No, it's just that this man's aura, Janya boy, he has an aura. Okay? His secret power. That makes it look like there's constant gust of wind blowing on his two ribbon ends of his headband. We've had this discussion. The aura, I see it, right? Right? Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Okay, dramatic much, Kazuma? Right? He is being really dramatic about all of this. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Is he gonna ask us to go to Great Britain with him? That's how we meet Herlock Sholmes, right? That's the power of a quote-unquote partnership. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Let's pick up that conversation later. Never ends, right? The French debut. Sorry, I'm chowing while there's no text on the screen. Oh, I see. The Adventure of the Great Departure. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. What you eating? I'm eating chips and salami for dinner. It's a very sad dinner. Don't at me.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
That was a nice break to like chew. Why are you guys adding me? I said don't at me.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You need healthier dinners? I love this animation sequence.
When the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this will appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So,
20
the victim was a
sushis.
Russian man, then.
That sounds
And the
delicious.
letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most
Akeru.
extraordinary
Nah.
script.
Don't
And
open.
evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Wow, how could you tell?
This This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well,
Oh, there's another person
have we
inside. 2 dead bodies. Does that man have a bad tan?
And what do you think you're doing here?
Da! No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
that won't be necessary.
I'm the
You
police.
see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. And it can be locked from inside.
He's our
Yes,
Edgeworth.
locked room. That mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Macaroni
Who are you?
leftovers
And where
with
have you
grilled
come from?
cheese?
I'm a great
Oh my
British
God, that sounds
consultant
so
detective,
good.
The only one in the world.
I would eat that.
Herlock Sholmes.
Herlock Sholmes.
I presume.
Why is he so handsome? Another dead body. He's not a great detective. He screams Edgeworth everywhere. Russian and Japanese, same scriptures, right? Oh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Do not tell me he was the one sitting in that closet. Princess, I have to tattle on someone. Where I send clip to? You can send it here, I guess. Is Sherlock not allowed to be handsome? I don't know. Wait, I can't move. Oh my God, he just got implicated in another murder. Why am I in handcuffs? Huh. So you wake up now, hmm? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are true, cold-blooded man. Tattling to Princess. I will watch this later. Well, okay, we're just gonna leave that there, and I will watch it in a bit. KK, just remember to bully him. Our big opponent is... Come on. You found me then. Da, we found you, and now you pay. Criminal! How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? No. What? Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt! You are the killer! Do not try to make excuses! His best friend? What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago? Why are you raiding right now? Hello? Wait, Sorry, not now. This is really bad timing. We just our best friend's body, and we're the suspected murderer. Hi, guys. Hi. Hello. Welcome in. I guess as an introduction
They ask you
to...
how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they don't know.
Pour one out. This is me all over again. So, why do we keep getting implicated in these murders? Guys, if you don't know, can we get a shout out, one of my mods, can we get a shout out to Soren's, both the Twitch one and the command one? I'm gonna go over to this scene here. And I guess since Soren's rated us, we definitely can we can watch this and we'll see what you were talking about. It's about 34 seconds long, so we'll watch this. Come back in 3 minutes. Give us the time to mourn over the death to the Aura Man. Guess we look like a sussy little baka. You baka. Oh no, what's happening? Hold on, let's see. Let's see here.
Japan Bread. Ooh, leveled up. That anime, I think, has like 80 episodes or something. And if I had known that when Princess was like, you should totally watch this anime, you'll love it. If I had known that, I don't know if I would have started it. It's fun.
Oh. Yakitate Japan.
Chocobo.
Telling Princess.
I'm telling Princess, don't. The two Japan Bread.
Okay, if you guys haven't in chat watched Yakitate Japan, okay, y'all need to add it to your anime watching list because it is like the greatest anime of all time, okay? It is so good and bread is delicious and it's an anime about baking bread. Like, what more could you want, you guys? Like, it's so good. Sorens, how dare you? What episode are you on? Where are you at? Are you at, like, when they're trying to win back the bakery? I pitched it to my stream, and I don't think it sold well. You don't know how to pitch it! It's great! With bread. Speaking of anime, I think it's time for me to go watch some anime. Have fun watching anime, Janya boy. What are you watching? Also, have you guys seen the end of Witch of Mercury? Because that ending of this season, ooh boy howdy, was not a good one. And it didn't help that Ever kept rewinding to see that end part. And I was like, can you not please? Because that is very upsetting to me specifically. And Ever was like, oh, but I want to watch it. And I won't say what it is, but I will just say, Soletta, you better. Yes, don't say anything in chat, you guys. Don't spoil it. But I just want to say, I was very distressed, and Ever had to rewind it multiple times to watch it again. And I was like, why are you torturing me like this? The last thing I watched of recent anime was episode 12 of Spy Family. I'm so behind. It's okay, show. I understand. Hello, Raiders. Thank you, Sorens, for the raid. If you don't know who I am, which is strange because Sorens raids me very often, and I also raid him when I can. So where have you been? Just kidding. Welcome in, you guys. My name's Princess. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. Play games like Jump King. You know, on Mondays I play Jump King, and Wednesdays I play Jump King, but we have something going on this Wednesday. I also play games like, you know, this, Great Ace Attorney. I've been playing Spiritfarer, which is like a consistent stream of me reaching into my chest and self-ripping my heart out and then tearing it into tiny pieces and then putting it back in only to stick my hand in my chest again and tear it out again, you know? So, that's been fun. Lots of fun. Love you. What did the Namazu and the Lalafell make for dinner? Fish and chips. Oh no. Scar. I'm not addicted. I can stop Jump King whenever I want. I just spoil myself like an idiot. Oh no. I watched Spy Family and Bocchi the Rock yesterday. Recently, I'm gonna look at what's in my watch list. Good luck. Have fun. Who are you? What am I doing here? His body. Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. Our best friend is dead? And these handcuffs, surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No. No! I'm not addicted, I can stop whenever I want, but my mama didn't raise a quitter. Well, I can't say this is an unfamiliar situation. Why would people believe we killed our best friend? But also, Princess's Ever soundbite exists, so I guess it's plausible. Absolutely not, show. You know, I say that, but also it is all in jest, okay? It's just a jest. Ever is my greatest treasure, and also, I still want to turn her little bird body into chicken nuggets and eat her. Haven't you guys ever heard of a joke? It's a joke! A yoke, okay? It's just a yoke! Yep, you really walked into that one, Princess. It's just a yoke! Kazuma, it was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor? I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Wow. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point, surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there. I think it won't be for long. Yes, hello, Hermes? Are you chewing on something? A little dog boy? I will be going to do the sleepies sleep. Have a nice one, puppies. Bye, Sputnik. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Let's see here. A real man can't fit inside boxes? Is it the duck? Does he have the duck? What about the death note? The death note is not a death note, you guys. It is a notebook that keeps details about you guys so that I know who's coming back to my stream so I don't forget about you guys, okay? It's very important. I don't know what you're talking about. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what. Why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. Ah, that's why it said don't open. We need to clear our names again. Can we please continue the story? We will. I bet she categorizes us as has a dog or doesn't have a dog. For the record, I don't have a dog. Wait, you have a death note? Shit, when am I a goner? Guys, it's not a death note. It is a little black book of names of people who come by, and it has details like how to pronounce their names and if you have a dog or not, just like Sho said. Oh, and your birthdays, of course. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? It's even the same color as the Death Note. I only have black notebooks. Why do you feel the need to clarify, Princess? Death Notes aren't real. No one actually thinks you have one. Yes, but you guys are making fun of me for it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Kazuma's death. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or, to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? Well, yeah, I have an explanation. I was inside the cabinet that had a sealed piece of paper over it. There's no way I murdered my best friend. Can I get a cool entry in the Death Note? You can when it's your birthday, Lost. The classic locked room case. This is impossible. How did he die then? What exactly happened? Are you still going to deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, of course, but he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training. First thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door? I wonder. I knocked, but there was no reply. And then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, all right. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Stowaway. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Question mark! What's going on? Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe, but something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then, it was darker than I've ever seen it before. Is there some kind of like government conspiracy? And like, why is there a vent up top? Could the killer have escaped through the vent? Are you guys seeing this? There's a vent right up top. Oh wait, you guys can't see it. My logo is over it. Do you see that vent up there? That's definitely a vent, right? Maybe the murderer escaped through there. Anyway, sorry. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you, my stowing away on this ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. I can kind of see it before you removed it. Yeah, definitely a vent, right? Sorry, I'm gonna finish my chips. Because I only have a couple more. Well, that's a lie. I have like a whole handful of chips. But I just don't like having food on my plate in front of me. My mom always taught me to clear my plate when I was young. So when I have a plate with food on it, it just makes me uncomfortable and I have to eat it. Like, did you learn bad habits from your parents? Because my parents, growing up, they were really poor in Vietnam. So they were really against wasting food. But that's just really taught me like this unhealthy relationship with food where I can't put a lot of food on my plate. Otherwise, I will feel the compulsion to like pick at it until it's clean. All right, I can't do anymore. There's still a little bit left, but maybe I'll finish that later.
If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin?
Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes.
So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed?
Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything.
Really?
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it.
Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it.
I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this.
Ugh. He was our best friend, but you can't expect us to give up our sleep for the guy. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Ugh, I can't take this!
Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen.
I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around? My hands tied while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow this to happen.
Well, what do you propose to do then?
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Yeah. What the?
That was a Susato takedown.
Susato what? What martial art form is that?
I'm going to need you to prove it.
Sorry? Prove it? Stupid Kazuma, why did you have to get yourself killed, you dummy? You're such a baka. Why'd you have to do that? How dare you? A hero rising up. I know.
Yes, your innocence. I need evidence.
But how am I supposed to?
Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law.
Ah, I see. Again, Mia all over again. It's true, it's Mia all over again. Why did our mentor have to die? She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Of course it is this. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors?
Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin crew, or another member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them.
But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Love me a girl who can kick my ass. Are you freaking? This is gonna be freaking hard. It will be, but we can persevere.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma.
Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san.
Now,
Do you think perhaps you could help me up?
well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least.
Thank you. So you finally believe me?
I'm sorry, no.
What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position.
What does she think I am, a magician?
For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same.
Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san.
Please, don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts.
Oh.
I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to use your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example.
Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here, examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death! Examine. Okay, so this is definitely a vent.
I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin.
Yes, it would appear to. You're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough? Or something like that.
Are you kidding me? This is a sign to never have a friend-in-law who tries to rope you into becoming a lawyer with him. True. I'm just mad now. I know. We are guilty again, and we have to clear our names. This is so frustrating. I suppose maybe that's it.
Oh dear, that won't do.
Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san?
Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly.
Yes, that's not good.
I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look all around using left and right, aren't you? Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin.
Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. No, I literally turned to the left. I know how to do this. Doesn't believe us. I know I'm overreacting a bit, but I can't stand this. Don't worry, we'll clear our name. We're fine. We didn't murder our best friend. So we're safe.
This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think.
What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Today I learned I can turn my head and see what's beside me. Shall we give it a little try?
Yes, in the interests of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Interesting. Okay, so what we've already gone over has a check mark. The bed is not something. Surely the dresser is. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description.
Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So, yes, I basically did have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin.
No, sadly not.
This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing.
London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination.
It looks as though the last entry is incomplete.
Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya!
That's out of the question.
What?
Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts.
But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case? All right, I won't read it.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Okay, so can't look at that. What's this? Okay, let's check this. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink.
He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor.
Tapapobi.
Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it.
I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san.
What? Then what language is it?
It pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European.
Oh, how did he?
You've noticed the man too, have you? He's vibing! I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall! Suspiciously tall! Naruhodo-san, don't tell me! Do you really not know who that is? Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. That's something very unusual about him. And he is investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell.
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining it, or does Sato-san look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them.
Alright then, I'll get the suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself.
Oh, please do.
Okay, so we have to examine, and then here we will converse. Excuse me. If he can fit in such a small place, we know he can't be a real man. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! Press A! Naruhodo. Susato, what the fuck are you talking about? Xbox controls! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Eyes are kind of creepy, dude. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh dear, a deer stalker. I thought deer stalkers have the sides on the hat, but this doesn't. Oh yes, everything is clear now. See? They don't have the side things. Sherlock Holmes. I know he's named differently, but look at him. He is Sherlock Holmes. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true, at least.
But how?
How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining.
Have you perhaps managed to deduce something else?
But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, he actually was named Sherlock Holmes in the original Japanese, but when it was localized, they had to change it. Wait, why did they have to change it? For copyright reasons? You have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribbened occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. That's right. Gotcha. I think Sherlock Holmes is public domain these days. I thought so too, but maybe not when this game was released, because like, more stories are going out into public domain, but it does, oh, like a few months ago. Yeah, that makes sense. I kind of understand. Why can't they call him Sherlock Holmes? You know what? I'll remember his name after lookup. Yeah, it's, a lot of things are coming into public domain this year, which is why I think we're seeing more and more of like Enola Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, like shows and movies, but it really does depend on like if the deceased like family members are renewing their copyright, because I know that's another way that it could stay private, and not like the original author, you know. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly, I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the author Arthur Conan Doyle estate is known to be litigious. Yes. The threat of, you know, lawsuits does motivate one to be as above board as possible when it comes to, you know, adding things to games. You don't want to get sued. No worries, Action.
So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama.
What?
And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked.
No, listen, there's no way Girl, you have got to stop this.
Now explain yourself. Tell me everything.
This is ridiculous. Yeah, fucking same. This is ridiculous. Holmes has been public domain in the US since 2014. When did this game come out? What, did this game come out before 2014? Because I'm not saying that this game came out recently. Because I know that, like, it has 2 games now, right? When did this game come out? Great Ace Attorney. It came out 2015, which means that it was probably still in production during 2014, probably even 2013, which means that to avoid that, obviously. However, the Doyle estate did file a ridiculous lawsuit against Enola Holmes in 2020. Yeah, you just want to be careful with copyright because, like, when it comes to intelligent property, like IP, you know, people's livelihoods and royalties depend on things like that, so you just want to be above board. This is getting ridiculous every second. Wait, have you never played an Ace Attorney game? It's usually always like this, Action. For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Still, I highly disapprove of this. The original Sherlock stories are going to be public domain this year, it says. Gotcha. Then how come it was public domain in 2014 that LJ typed in? That doesn't make sense. But was I not right? Whilst venturing through foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Don't know. Well, conflicting answers. 2014, 2023. You know, that's why he's named Sherlock Sholmes, you guys. End of story. Ha, there you have it. You see? What you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, the ship is en route to England and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder, so I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. Intelligent property? Isn't that what it's called? IP? Yeah, I think that's what it stands for. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude, and more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. John Wilson, the victim from the first case, was John Watson originally. Oh! Okay. Intellectual. There we go. Intellectual property. I knew! Okay. It sounded a little bit weird when I said intelligent property. I was like, yeah, something Intella. You know, there were 10 stories under copyright. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I like this music.
So, it's really you, the actual Herlock Sholmes.
The very same, the inimitable, actual Herlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san?
The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him.
What planet have I been living on then?
We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have to work out the entire case already. I'm sure.
Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see, you're German. Herlock, was it? Herlock? They're just very smart. They're lucky they didn't get sued by the Maurice LeBlanc estate. You can't just copy Herlock Sholmes like that. No, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. It's not a copy. Wait a sec. Hades was a comic relief villain. Got to keep his name. Sherlock Holmes' name can't be localized due to copyright. Well, Hades is a very old mythological being. Like, the name of a mythological god. So, Hades' name goes back, like, thousands of years. It doesn't fall under copyright anymore. But Sherlock Holmes is recent. Or I mean, Sherlock Holmes is recent. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Oh yes, Rant's magazine full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially.
Ah, yes. Here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed, I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? Oh. So, his partner's been murdered. There is a conspiracy. There is some kind of conspiracy happening here. I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. I haven't read any Lupin stories, but I've read a lot of Sherlock. Are they any good? Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form.
A science?
Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician Yes, logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. Oh, Herlock, you're just so stupid, and I love you. You could count his brain cells on one hand, God bless him. Ah, so he's another gumshoe. I see. When I become anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, or when I became, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Your deduction just now, two facts. Can't we have an Edgeworth character? I think I prefer a characterization like that. We'll probably see an Edgeworth-like character later. Probably when we have our first court case in London? I assume we're going to London to do a court case there. Maybe to try the death of Kazuma. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please, what two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Ah, I see. Tepepobi! Tepepobi! Yes, that's exactly what it is. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of the killer, a certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. I have a pin that says, I accept all sin except stupidity, and usually that's true, but for himbos, I make an exception. My favorite kind of men are himbos. Himbos with glasses. Love them. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. And I guess his, visor contraption thing could count as glasses. My personal favorite Maurice LeBlanc book is 8 Strokes of the Clock. Oh, is this Lupin that he was talking about? That you guys are talking about? Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. Himbo's gotta be my favorite gender. And I had no idea Detective could get something so... Oh, sorry, wrong voice. And I had no idea Detective could get something so wrong. Doesn't go by Lupin in the book, but it's clearly him. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if that interests you. Can't read Russian. How many times I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian? Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Now the famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary Vilen Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, Vilen Bolshevik. Those might be nice books for a stream someday, now that they're all public domain, both Sherlock and Lupin. Oh yeah, that might be something fun. Are the stories, like, long? Maybe instead of a stream, I might read them for, like, a video, like a YouTube video. That sounds fun. I might do that. We'll see. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face. Some of them are quite short. Oh, okay, that might be nice, actually. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learnt to revolutionize your appearance as well. Ugh, please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. Sherlock has a whole host of short stories. Gotcha. Okay. I might be into this. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, Everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder?
And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in this article. A Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? Of all the Sherlock stories, only 4 were actual full-length novels. Oh, okay. I had no idea. This Afghanistan place. Here, take this paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Revolutionary has been added. Front page, Russian newspaper, Revolutionary VLAN Bolshevik flees Russia. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. A lady with a ballerina? What is this? This is interesting.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san?
Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? Yeah, most people don't realize that Sherlock is mostly short stories until they actually try and read them. Wowee, you're in a game, princess. Oh, oops. Am I covering Susato-san? There we go. She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
I don't know. I can't make any sense of it.
I'm glad you've noticed this article. Wow, he's so much taller than me. Look at how tall he is. Don't you hate it? When there's one part of the game you hate going through, but you have to advance to the story. That's how I'm feeling. No, this is the fun part, collecting the evidence. I love this. Pretty funny to have the speech bubbles pointing at you. Well, hello, Sherlock. I mean, Herlock. Hi. Hello. Just gonna get out of your way now. Ah, I'm glad you noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novavik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Not in terms of gameplay, in terms of story. I don't know, I feel like this is pretty standard for Ace Attorney games. I quite enjoy it. Herlock is quite tall compared to you, Princess, isn't he? I'm just gonna turn and give him a little mwah kiss. Alright. We're just gonna ignore that. How much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Clip that! Clip that! No, don't clip that! What are you doing? Stop it right now. We like tall himbos, we do. The tiara is the property of the Novovic Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that. Oh, I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Article about the ballerina has been entered into the court record. Renowned prima ballerina disappears from Shanghai. Okay. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Both of you guys clipped it? My goodness. Oh, for shame. Both of you guys did that at like the same time. Amazing. I'll keep them both up. They're both precious to me. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai mikado. Nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. This diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then? Oh my god, he's so funny. If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you. After she was the one who was like, you can't read people's private thoughts. You have good sensibilities when it comes to the clip. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. The final entry here in Kazuma's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray go on. You didn't account for Twitch's love of cutting off the last half second or so of a clip. Oh no, did some get clipped out? The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being.
Do you have somewhere to go?
As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold.
Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to?
Twitch's clipping interface is the bane of my existence. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. Why is he acting all weird? I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part convincingly, roll over, and accept your fate. Oh my goodness. Now he's just being plain rude. He is, just super rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name.
Naruhodo-san, what are you standing there for?
I hate him. I now hate him. He's so great. I love it. He's so funny.
Huh? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... I need you to stop.
After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
Yes, I would like her to stop because every time the screen turns upside down, it's giving me a headache. Ugh, as if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice.
That's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case.
Ah, yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese.
Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here.
Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds.
Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. So that's not the ink. That's the ink and the thing. What's this? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two.
And the glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit.
I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he?
And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue.
Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in this cabin. Blood? The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way.
And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well.
Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once.
I wonder if... perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think?
I seriously doubt it.
Then perhaps... it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage?
I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case? I wonder.
Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess.
Why would you touch a crime scene? Why would you touch a crime scene? This is terrifying. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria.
It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Susato touched the crime scene, the books there. What? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide.
Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Okay.
When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open. This bolt had been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy. And it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. At this moment, we might as well be a pet. Better than the former. When are you gonna get the opportunity to touch a crime scene? Never! You should never touch a crime scene! It's like she's being sassy unintentionally. Some pickup line. Are you a dangerous object or a pet? I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a